Hey, good afternoon, everybody. I was just catching up a little bit. As soon as I started the stream, I had a phone call, but then I saw what was happening in chat. My goodness. Kira, you've had an exciting day. Or in a bad way, right? Shoo. So, are you still at work, or are you home now? Did they send people home, or is it a place where you have to keep going no matter what? I'm going to adjust the camera a little bit. I'm going to be doing some handles today, and also if I can twist this a little bit, I'm gonna be over here. I need to make up a slab and just let it, just flatten it out because I've been stretching out the clay. It's kind of where I stopped when I got a phone call. So Kira did. I was reading back on everything where no one was hurt. I'm hoping no one was hurt. Another phone call. Now where's my phone at? My goodness. Okay. Either Daniel got it or it was there. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely very stressful. When I worked at the factory, we had a situation out there as well, except it was a false alarm, but it ended up being pretty bad. We had a situation where and it caused them to rethink some of their safety regulations because they had fired someone, and then the day after they fired the person, this person's wife called in. The person did not tell their wife they'd been fired, but they left to go to work with a shotgun. And so no one had seen this person, so they shut everything down and put the place on lockdown because they didn't know if the person was coming to do something. But it was actually ended up being pretty sad because they ended up taking their own life. So you never know how these things are going to turn out. But kind of like what Colleen said, it forced them to rethink some of their safety measures. Okay, be right back, guys. All right. I think I'm back. I think I'm back. Whew. So I know there's a lot to catch up on because there's a lot going on. But I'm glad everybody is safe and I'm glad nobody was hurt. What's going on? What's going on, Paul? What's going on Twitch's chat? I feel like I'm missing so many things. I've been running around like a chicken with my head cut off all day. Whew. All right, so I just got off the phone with somebody that called and I said I had a phone call a while ago. Well, Daniel answered it because he thought it was somebody that he knew, but it ended up being somebody in Canada who wanted to order some mugs, but they didn't want to do it on the website. They wanted to do it over the phone. So I just took a manual order over the phone because Daniel is driving right now, delivering some pieces to some customers that are in state. I get that every once in a while, people who would rather not use the internet. So I'm over here rolling out a slab of clay so I can make some more of the sweater texture like I have here already. Need a piece of plastic. Oh, Final Sun Dragon, thank you for the raid. Colleen, are you missing a badge? Let's see if this is nice and flat. New GlitchCon badge. Ooh, I want a new GlitchCon badge. I have to go check it out. You can edit your identity. And now I'm being yelled at by Kiba. So if anybody has seen our sweater mugs, this is, I'm about to show you how I make the texture. So I have a rubber mat that we've cut a knitted texture into. Mix, thank you for the follow. Twitch stream it's having problems. People are having issues getting hooked up. Oh. So I just want to see how much room I had here. Looks like I might have to go this way. Let's smooth this out. Well, Mix, thank you for the resub. Or thank you for the sub. It's a brand new sub. Welcome to the studio. So I'm smoothing this out a little bit, adding just a little bit of water. All the hype. There's Keeb. I don't know if you can see him. I'm going to go refresh this camera again. It always gets out of sync, and I don't know why. So it's going to go blank for a second. So bear with me. There we go. I don't know how he did it, but Kiba managed to get up here all by himself the other day, and I don't know how. But I know he can. I know it's possible. So every time he yells at me, like, 'cause he wants to be picked up, I'm going to say, show me how you do it. He's been fooling me this whole time, thinking that he doesn't know how to get up here. He can't jump. Hey, Julie. And Sparkling Jewels. Well, feed the dogs. Feed the dogs. Priorities. Got a wrinkle here. I was going to see if that'll smooth out. It might not. Right, he did lose half a pound. He's a little bit lighter on his feet, yeah. So I'm probably just going to get 2 things out of this one. And then I'll use like some of the scraps to cut out some other medallions. But what I do is use, this is an 8x10 sheet, because at the time it was the biggest piece of rubber you could get cut. Paul, these are for medallions. This is actually for the sweater texture I'm going to wrap around the mug. But yeah, it is the same clay I would use for the medallions and the same thickness of. So it's a very, very thin slab of clay here. But this I'm going to cut into strips. Using my roller, and it's at one point this is going to start sounding like a dying animal because it's squeaky. And it's starting to sound really squeaky, so I hope it doesn't come through that much because it gets kind of annoying. Oh, really? Not as bad as Paul's extruder? Oh no, what does it do? Yes, Colleen. No, there's not a hole there. Sometimes there's a hole on one side of this board, and I wondered if I was trying to press this into that section, why it wasn't making a impression. Because this is a finer texture, I have to put a little bit more pressure on this, and so I check it before I just pull everything up. There, I think we've got a good impression. We've got a sweater texture here. Oh, your extruder sings. And so I'm going to put a little bit of clay dust on here so that it won't stick to the clay. That's the other problem that I can have with some of the rubber mats, is that you will have to use sometimes you have to use a release agent, which can be, what is it that some people use? Like baking soda or something like that, or baking powder. You can use that, or just clay, or for like the Elvish script and stuff, I use vegetable oil. But right now, I'm just gonna rub that on a dusty part of the floor so it won't stick. And with this, I need to make this. I need 14 inches here to wrap around the mug. Let's make sure we're going on the right side here. And then I just line up my design and extend it. Do you see this? That's how he did it. He didn't jump. He scaled the boxes. There's 3 boxes stacked over here. He put his feet on the top of the box and pulled himself up. I can't do that. I don't want you up here. I'm making a sweater texture. And I don't want you to squish it. Oh my goodness. Hi. You did all that work to get up here. I know. Isn't this what you wanted? Isn't this what you wanted? We're cuddling. We're cuddling. It's like, okay. But so that's how he gets up here. He scales the boxes. My cat can do a pull up and I can't. Look at him. He's going to knock the thing over because Minnie's not over there to kick him off. Mix, whoa, thank you for gifting subs. And welcome to the Muddy Buddies, everybody. All right, and so what I will do is cut this one slab into 2 pieces. And I've got some already made up over here. So this is what I'm going to cut them into, these strips, these 4-inch strips, and this is what I'm going to wrap around the mug. So you can see they're very, very thin, and so I've got to work with them kind of quickly so that they don't dry out too much, especially on the edges. So I covered those in plastic. So the snowman stacking bowls are still here drying out, and I'm going to be like playing with those a little bit today. So right now we're going to go sideways. Let's get some more dust. Like, even if my floor were to be nice and clean, which is not, like, there would always be dust. Enough dust to have a release agent. So I was gonna see how this might look, how some of this texture might look as a little scarf on the snowman, to see if it's too much or if it looks silly or what. Like, and I mean, I might do anything, but I feel like the snowman needs a little scarf. Well, there it is. There's the dying animal sound. Do I worry about breathing too much of the dust? I do. But I also think that in a pottery studio, it's as much as I'm producing here, it's hard to keep it all down all the time. But if I'm doing something where, like, if I'm physically sanding the pots, that's why I use wet sandpaper if I'm producing a lot. But like, and in the studio, like, we use wet mops. We use the HEPA filter, like, shop vac, to get a lot of stuff up. And I know I don't clean as much as I should, but I try to take precautions where I can. Breezy, hey, thank you for the resub. We could have planned for this. Yeah. Right, except that I always think of things at the last minute. Cutting tools. They're all over here. Maybe. Oh, I got your email, yes. I'm glad you like them. All right, that's 14 inches, which is what I need. Here we go. And there's the 2 strips I'm cutting it into, and then I'll do one on this side as well. Stuck my finger right there and knocked out a stitch. And that's one of the biggest things with this texture is trying to make sure that I don't mess something up, because it's easy just to accidentally like wipe it away. One thing I can do is see, since I haven't stretched anything out, see where was the, there we go, and fixed it. As long as I haven't moved anything around, sometimes I can put the texture back down and fix it. And so pick these up very carefully. Kind of peel it back. Now that we have the Glowforge, could I make one the size that I need? Yes, we could. And we probably should. We just hadn't got around to it yet. Yeah, we've considered doing different ones and doing different patterns and stuff, but okay, let's get this one off of here and see who's calling me now. All right, I'll be right back, guys. All right. So I might actually get something done today at some point. Whew. Where is Kiba? Oh, I guess he jumped down. Oh, the cat towers are so small. Right, they are. Like Minnie fits perfectly on this one, but nobody else does. Making sure this worked. Yeah. Hey, just those two. Thanks, you too. They make them all standard for kittens. Yeah, after we got it in, we thought, we need to get the like they need to come with like weight standards on them, like, that this is for small cats, this is for big cats. Let's peel this up. So I should have 10 of these now, and I need 14. So I'll make another slab and make some more of these. But since I've got a little bit of this clay left over, I'm going to get out a stamp and stamp some things. Maybe. Oh, there it is. Like, I just had it. I just had it. Colleen, is it a badge you get to, like, everywhere, like the 19 was last year? I want to see it. I thought the GlitchCon was only Saturday. Is it today and tomorrow? That tells you how much I know. So I've got some mugs that I'm doing. Some of the 20-ounce mugs I have here are going to be for my neighbor, who is the flying pig. That's who I made the giant mug for, if you remember that one. Is that it? Is it the little dragon thing? So today Daniel's been delivering nearly 500 pieces of pottery. It's what we spent most of the day yesterday packing up and organizing, which is what I've been glazing so much of for the past few weeks, because I had a great big order to get out. Oh, there's another one. There it is. Yes. So, Kayla, hello. Right now, I'm working on making some medallions and stuff, but I got another phone call, so hold on. next time that phone rings, I think I'm going to scream. Though everything has been something important. But today is just one of those days where I cannot focus on anything. I've just been pulled like in 15 different directions all day long. My goodness. But thank you for watching, everybody. Thank you for your patience as I am being pulled in 15 directions. And good afternoon. I hope you're having a good Friday. Can't say I'm having a bad Friday. I'm just like... I think one of the reasons that I do so well with doing pottery and doing this type of thing is that I can focus, and I need to just like focus on this one thing. And when I can't, it stresses me out. But I like all the little dinosaurs. I called them dragons. And you may have already said this, but I was like, I thought GlitchCon was like just Saturday. I didn't realize it was Friday too, but that makes sense. $13. This will be 20. I don't know how many they want. They'll honestly take however many I give them, so we'll do, but I do need, I'd say about 20 will be good. 18 to 20, that's normal. I'll see how many medallions fit on here, and that'll be how many I take over to them. It's nice to have customers like that, right? So, yeah, whatever you want to bring over. That's good. Oh my gosh, the phone's ringing again. Oh my goodness. All right. All right. That was actually good. I don't know if it'll fit. I don't know if that one will fit there. Oh well. You're waiting for me just to throw it? Yeah. Not gonna throw it, but we might be getting a new iPhone. Was it Paul? Was it you telling Daniel that AT&T was doing was buying back some of the phones and giving you a rebate on the new iPhone 12? Like, we weren't gonna do a 12 because it wasn't worth it. Like, it was too much, and we didn't really need phones that bad. But I called them today, and they're giving like a $700 credit for towards a 12 if you trade in an iPhone 8 or higher, which we have like the 8 Plus. Yeah, the 8. Yeah, so that's really good. I didn't know if that was just a regional thing, but so I think we're gonna do that. But yeah, I had a MRI done on my knee this morning, which I'd never had one done before. So I can see how that would kind of freak some people out. But that was the last phone call telling me that I'm gonna do the follow up for it on Tuesday. So to see what it says. Sprints, yeah, AT&T's doing 700, Sprint's doing 800, yeah, so around that. So now all the scraps I'm just putting in my water bucket from a couple days ago. And I can make one more slab to get all of my sweater texture out of the way and then make up some handles. So I think that might be what I do. So I have 10 of those, and I would really like to do 16, and that phone's ringing again. Be right back. All right. Seventh time is the charm. It's 4 o'clock here. Surely ain't nobody else gonna call me. And this is why I work at night. This is specifically why I get into the habit of working at night because I can do something, actually get something done without being bothered. Um, you just got your new one. Did you get it in person? I wonder if people have them in person here. We were debating on just having them shipped to us versus going and getting one in person. I don't know if there's like a stock issue or if they're easy to get now. So I'm getting out my other piece of canvas. And some clay. I'm sure you heard that. And I'll go back over here and show all my dirty floor and that. All the displays leaning against the poor slab roller. You had yours shipped. So this is probably at least 2 pounds. I don't know if it's quite 3 pounds of clay, but I'm going to stretch it out. I could use a rolling pin, but it's much more fun to just toss it around, right? So stretch it out, and I'm slowly stretching this out lengthwise, and I want to get it the length of my canvas here so it can go through the rollers. The wheel turns 2 metal rollers here, so it's a very just fancy rolling pin is what this is. And this is something like I remember doing in college, because when I was in school, for some reason they didn't have a slab roller, and I don't know why. Like, I think it had recently broken or something, so when making our slabs, we used rolling pins, and we stretched things out like this because that was the, I guess, the technique we were shown how to use. And so I've just always done it, even though I've got the slab roller here. And you need to, like, just, even if I've got, like, a really big piece of clay to stretch out, I don't do it all at once. Like, I'll, like, stretch it out slowly, you know, start off with 1 inch and then go to, you know, 3/4, then 1/2 inch, and slowly stretch it out. Let's do that. This is not lined up evenly. Let's scooch this over a bit. There we go. Okay, I think we've got all the way through there. Okay. Not the smoothest camera transitions. There we go. But this should hold us for a little while. Smooth out some of the wrinkles that are right there. And where'd my scraper go? Here it is. Adorned hay! Did you get your box yet, or is it still on its way? Put a little bit of water here. I'm moving this whole piece of canvas toward me. I don't want to do that. But what I'm doing is trying to smooth out the canvas texture. Because if I don't smooth that out, it will stay. Like that canvas texture will never go away. And you can use different things. You can use some of the ribs that like I use for throwing to smooth things out. You can use a squeegee. I like my metal scraper here. Covers a little bit more area. Is it not letting you pick the color, or is it not letting you choose the bowl? So, which direction? If I do this, I will get 6 pieces out, and I think that's what I'm going to do. Because I can get 3 sections here. Oh wow, all that to 2 customers. Twins! Nice. I don't know if I've ever made a Hocus Pocus double bowl. Will it let you choose any other color? For some reason, the Hocus Pocus, I guess because it wasn't one of the original colors, there's something in there. Daniel knows how to fix that. He'll fix it when he gets back tonight. There's something with the color choices. When we added colors, some of the color choices to some of the items, it's not taking very well, and I don't know why. Oh, almost right there. There we go. Okay, so it is a pre-order. At worst case, pick purple. If you want to go ahead and do that, pick the purple color and tell me Hocus Pocus, and I'll leave a note for me. Because I've got to make it. I don't have any of those made up. I gotta make some small yarn bowls then. Yeah, choose any color and just tell me what you want it to be. So, did you give your sister the one for her, or is that supposed to be like a Christmas present? And I remembered to give you some new seals for the travel mugs. There we go. Yes, that'll be enough for me, yes. MSN, hello. So today I've got a thin slab of clay here that I'm pressing a texture into, and I will cut out the texture, and it will be wrapped around my mugs to be it's a sweater texture. So I'm making my sweater mugs, and this is how they are made, or how the texture is made. I have a large rubber mat here that we made ourselves, with a knit pattern texture on it that I'm pressing into the clay. Oh yeah, your brother-in-law picked it up yesterday. Oh, I haven't seen that you posted the Fraser's Ridge whiskey one. There we go. And so yeah, here's the texture mat. And now these guys are it's only 10 inches long, so I need to extend the texture out here to about 14 inches, so I'm going to see which side I need. You saw my dusty floor earlier. I need to clean up, but I can use all the dust as a release agent on my stamp. We're going to line this up. There we go. There we go. One more. No, there's some like smaller mug. You had some 10-ounce mugs, I think. You had some mugs for the child. Yeah, the child and the This Is the Way. Like so two each of those. And I want to think that I still owe you one of the As You Wish mugs, one of the Princess Bride mugs that are 10 ounces. So just when you thought you were done with me. one's not quite a smooth transition. It moved on me a little bit, but I think it'll still look all right. Angie said, you would worry about someone if they did all this and didn't make a mess, right? That's one Colleen said we need to put on the bingo card. We were talking about this was it last week or this week sometime about doing a bingo card because Baban Illustrations does a bingo card on their stream of things people say, like, so a ghost reference that would be like the biggest spot on the bingo card, take up like 4 spaces. But like people asking me, do you ever clean the wheel? I'm like, no, it's my wheel, I don't have to. It's like I'm too busy making things to clean the wheel. Well, we now that I've got one of my big orders out, like I said, Daniel's been traveling all over the state today, dropping off orders. We dropped off the order to dropped it off to the Kentucky Artisan Center, so they now have 400 pieces. Exactly 400 pieces. And we have some extras. So we were going to put some stuff on the website that was extra from what they had ordered. Who's Paula? No, trust me, Adorn, I don't have too many of those customers. Though I will say, like, I got my start. I went full time by doing wholesale, which with the orders you place, just orders for brick and mortar shops or catalogs or whatnot. Not huge orders, but you get enough of them and they add up, and that's what let me go full time. Just supplying different small places, and I had never realized what it must be like to be a yarn person, because someone places an order with me and it's relatively small. Like I don't compare anything to your yarn orders, right? Because that's your bread and butter, yarn, because you are a yarn store. But so where I am an accessory and I get a lot of small orders, like I went to an in-state show called Kentucky Crafted, which in the state of Kentucky they have a program called the Kentucky Crafted program, which supports handmade items and handmade crafters like me, and you have to jury into this program, and they have people that look at everything and they say, okay, this is, if you can say you can produce X amount of stuff, if you can, prove that you can wholesale and have your products live up to a certain quality, we will put our stamp of approval on your business, and then you can come to the Kentucky Crafted program. You can call yourself a Kentucky Crafted artist, and people will know that you are a real business. And so I did that fairly early on. But not until last year did we go to the Kentucky Crafted Market, because it was always the same time as something else. Honestly, I think it was around like the week after Stitches West for a long time, and I wasn't about to give up Stitches West for anything. But we did it last year, and oh my gosh, it was like night and day because for the first time I felt like I was a yarn company because people were coming and stocking the pottery section of their store, like the like touristy areas in different parts of the state and different like museum gift shops and stuff were coming and buying things, and I was getting all these like really large orders that was a little bit overwhelming, but I'm like, these are the type of orders that yarn people get because this is an order for a place where pottery is one of their main sellers. So I it was like jumping into a whole nother world. Oh, okay. I know who you're talking about now. There we go. All right, and I may have to set this on the other table for a bit because the clay is still a little bit soft, and I don't think I can peel it off of the canvas just yet. Um, but I've got a little bit left over here. I need to see what I want to do with it. Wipe away some of this, and I may use this and see if I can make a strip here to make a scarf out of. I'll do a little bit and see if I can use this as a scarf on my snowman. Because I think I meant to do that with the last piece of clay, and then I forgot about it. It's getting a little bit drier down here at the bottom, so I've got to put more pressure on it. And this may not look all that good on the snowman piece. We'll see. Here he comes again. Look at him. He's scaling the boxes. Like, that's 3 boxes stacked on top of one another, and he's just sitting, he just climbs up. Like I said, my cat can do a pull-up, but I can't. I wondered how he was getting up here, because I know he wasn't about to jump. I really don't want him to come up. I really don't want him to come up here. I don't want him to step on that other stack either. So we'll save that for my snowman. And I did need one more of these guys. So I'm going to move this over where he can't squish it easily. I'm going to let that dry a bit. Hey, buddy. Here. Come on. I just need to... There's some counterbalance up here, and we're good. Come on. There we go. We don't need to catapult anything. He's watching closely, yes. They try to be good. Need to put that in some water so I can get the parts off. Hey. Checking the quality of the clay, right? Seeing what trouble he can get into. You can stay there while I can answer the phone, or are you going to kill everything? Alright, we'll be right back. I'm back. I didn't trust Kiba. I just didn't trust him. Oh, you're waiting for him to climb back up, yeah. Hey, Pew. Good afternoon. I'm doing all right. I feel like I'm kind of frazzled. But now I don't have a cat up here to ruin anything anymore. So, oh, he's over there. He came over, was standing next to me. I didn't even know it. I'm getting such an evil look. Such an evil look right now. But before I go much further, I'll put this little guy together and see how it works out. I know one of the pieces, like the bottom, was super thin, so I would want to add some more clay to it. And let's see. And so to do this, I think what I'm going to do is probably just grab some of the clay that I had left over from this and roll it out and just add it to the bottom. So I've got some extra. Let's see if that will be maybe not quite enough. Frazzled. Poor Kiba. Poor Kiba. Frazzled means a little bit stressed, kind of like I've been pulled in like 15 different directions today. Every time I start to do something, I've got to stop and do something else. So nothing really bad has happened. I've just, I can't concentrate on one thing. How's that? Just put some slip on here. So the next time I make one of these, it will need to be a little bit, you need to use a little bit more clay for this size. 1 pound just did not cut it. But this is how you would add a base to something that did not have a bottom on it. Like if I just had the walls of the piece. And I can actually get inside here. Look, I'm going to do this. And then Friday the 13th, that's right. Friday the 13th. Put a little bit of clay in there and even this guy out. So I've got some bowls here I'm going to stack together for my prototype snowman. So here is the base. This is my second prototype snowman. This one is the second one. That fits much better than the last one did. That fits much better. And this one was supposed to be the third one. And it still fits pretty good. Fits much better. And then this one, oh, this one's still pretty soft. And there's his head. So we'll see. This may not. I don't know. And here I was worried about this stuff drying out too much. And here's his hat. Can't see him. Did that say snowman to you? Are these too shallow? Is the hat too big? I don't know. I mean, I could still, like, curl the rim, I think, a little bit. It's soft enough that I could do that. And so, if I did anything with the sweater texture, let's take his head off. It would be on this one. So, if I did anything, it would be something like this. And it would be... That might be too tapered to go around there, because it needs to be longer anyway. But if I were to do something like... I'd have to cut this out and have it not be as a... have to taper it a bit. Just so it'll stick a little bit. If I were to go around this whole thing, and do something like that. You know, I was so violent, yeah. That or... Off with his head! Off with his head! It's like... That's probably what I would do, just to make it stick. And then... could make a little knot over here or something with a couple of different strips. And then do, you know, something maybe not so long, but just... Let's even do one of these guys hanging down. I don't know. I don't know if I like it or not. I think it's I don't think I like it. I think it's too much. Good point. Good point. The V's need to go the other way. Can I do cookie stamps? What do you mean, like a cookie stamp? Like, can I use a cookie stamp for clay? Yes. Hey, Pew. But I don't know if I like the texture on there or not. So we might just be a cold snowman. But I don't think I would, like, I don't think I'm going to take the time to paint a scarf on there. But I can give him some eyes. And so tell me this. So how do you think a snowman's eyes should look? Because Frosty the Snowman says he has a corncob pipe, a button nose, and 2 eyes made out of coal. But so where do we get the carrot from? I can, Pew, I can see it. There it is. Yeah. No, I can see the dino. I can see him. So, whoops. So the coal eyes. So we're gonna do kind of rocky blob things, and we could give him a button nose. I kind of like the button nose better than a carrot because the carrot's gonna stick out, and I don't like that. And so if I give him a button nose, this may be too big. And he may not need a nose. He may not need a nose. So, a button. Button. He kind of looks like a pig. Yeah, everybody has like a carrot nose except Frosty though. So there's a button. But it goes with anything. So does he need to have a bigger button or a smaller button for a nose? So we'll stick it on there and we can always take it off. Because we'll just put it on there. And then we'll give him a little smiley face. Smiley face of rocks. So make a bunch of like itty bitty things here. I think the eyes need to be a little bit bigger. I can make the button smaller too. Bigger eyes, okay. Oh, he's crying. Maybe they're too close together too. So is that too much? Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do for the mouth. There you can see my little pebbles that I'm making. So that might be. Well, let me give him a mouth, and then we'll see. He's gonna be smiling, but he can have any. That would be funny if I gave them different expressions. So there's the start. I think I would put buttons down the front belly. And that way they could be different colors. The eyes are sticking out too far. That's 8 pieces. Let's see if this will make a smile. We might be a little bit off center, but I think that'll be good. So all right, if you have eye issues, don't look. Trying to kind of make him a little bit angular and knobbly because it will might be cool. So it's either do that and have them just be black, solid black, which that doesn't look as bad now, or I could, make him look more like Frosty the Snowman-ish. Decapitation and eye removal, right? Look at him, he's happy. We got rid of some cataracts. Inoculation. Okay. So now the question is, do the buttons down his middle, like I'll do buttons all the way down, or at least on these two, should they be bigger than his nose? Might need some softer clay. Same size? Okay. We'll do one the same size, and we'll see. I'll do one bigger too and see. Because if I do two right here, yeah, there's not going to be a whole lot of room there. Hey, Knitter Girl, good afternoon. Right, it's a group project. Do you think they should go all the way down? Or the bottom one just be empty? So you can see it's a set and see where everything lines up. So see, I kind of like that, but I think you're right. There's something else could be on the bottom, and I actually need to place my order for these. But I've got some wooden like forks and spoons coming in that I'm going to use for the arm. I think it's going to be in this one. I'm going to cut a hole in it, and what else could we put on there besides the buttons? Like, is there anything else that should go on here? Okay, well, let's this hat almost doesn't fit, so I may have to grab one of the other hats that I did. This one's a little bit smaller. But I mean, I can adjust it some, but there we go. So there's another hat. so his head's not going to be cold. Making a bigger button on the bottom. Oops. What's that look like? That looks pretty good. That's pretty good. So if we do those, and then let's take that off and set him down, because I don't want to let this dry out like this. I just need to smooth this out a little bit. This guy, I'm going to start cutting holes in him, but we'll do this right there and right there. I think it'll be at least that big. Let's almost cut that one down too far. We'll cut this one to match it. Because I'll put him back together now, and I want to make sure I've got enough room here. Make sure I cut the hole big enough. So there he is. And we'll put this one back on. He's gonna have armholes, so that that sits perfectly, so he can have arms. So am I ever afraid I cut the wrong parts? Yes, and I do that every once in a while, where I'll cut things out and cut the wrong size. But I've got some wooden spoons. This one's too big, but like that would almost fit in there. Like that would almost fit in there. Yeah, it does. So and I gotta remember, this is gonna shrink some, but I've got some like 10-inch like wooden spoons coming in that I think will fit perfectly in there for arms, because I want him to be functional. I want him to be decorative and functional. And so he is a set of bowls that will be, perfectly functional, perfectly useful, hopefully. And then I cut holes in one of the bowls so it can be like a salad bowl, and he's got his arms. Isn't he cute? So there's all kinds of little like things you can do, and I might put like I could put something around the top, but I don't know if I really want to. I've got like, you could do like a little sprig of holly berries or something, or a little like set of buttons or something to decorate with up there, but I don't know. Oh, here, I know how to make him even cuter, and my hands aren't too dirty. Colleen, I've got one of your scarves here. It's like one of the sample scarves. So we can see if, like how much bigger this would need to be. This is one of the Mug Cozy scarves. Let's try not to get this dirty, but we can put it around there. See, it's almost not big enough. He's almost not big enough. But look at that. Look at him. That is so cute. So just need like a little bit long, and this is going to shrink some, so it might actually be perfect just to wrap it around his neck. All right, now I've got to take him apart again and let him dry out. Like, part of me kind of wants to make a toboggan for him, but I don't know that I can do that. I don't know how easy that would be. It's like, I think the top hat's a lot easier to do. But there, his hat. We're going to take his head off again. Off with his head. Off with his head. And let that dry out. This is the one I'm a little bit worried about, but I think it'll be all right. At least I've got the measurements down correctly now. So maybe put a ribbon on the top patterns, like a red line, yeah. Something to break it up, yeah. And I probably need to do that while I'm throwing it. I can put just a line on there while I'm throwing it. I like his button nose. And I might even make one with a carrot, just like a very like small little triangle or something. No, that's a good idea. I'll make a line and just have like a red ribbon there. I don't know where I had all this stuff. Like, I thought it was all right here. How will I make sure I get the buttons a different color without it looking messy? I'll be really careful. I don't know. If one thing I could do is do the buttons with underglaze, that way it's not going to run. But yeah, everything else is just going to be white, unless somebody like wants like a rainbow snowman or something. You like the buttons, it pulls it together. So I've got some of these mugs here that I'm going to start putting sweaters on. So I'll set it over here so you can see what I'm doing. I'm not going to make a yellow snowman. I'm not going to make a yellow snowman. It would be funny, but I'm not going to. It's like Garbage Pail Kid snowman. I should make a southern snowman, because a southern snowman is a mud ball, right? Because when we get like a half inch of snow, everybody goes outside and tries to make a snowman, but it ends up being like a mud snowman. Yes, they're going to be in a price range like the nesting bowl set, so between $150 to $200. And depending on how many I get done and the sizes of them, we'll decide that. Because I kind of want to make, like, I might make a few smaller ones or some, bigger, wider ones. A yellow version with an angry face, yes. Let's move some stuff around in here and get to the slop. There we go. So this is the throwing bucket from a couple of days ago. I've just been like tossing all the scraps into it. So a lot of the water has evaporated, and we're left with the goop. So Pew, how many hours of work does it take to make the snowman? So far that was what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces, which didn't take terribly long. That's, probably what, 15 minutes of work, maybe 15, 20 minutes of work. And then right now we're testing. Once if ever all these turn out fine and everything fits, then I'll be able to make a couple more, sit down in an afternoon, make some more. but then they'll take, a little bit more time to glaze because I'll have to do the buttons, but surely it won't take that long. I don't think it would take a lot longer than a normal nesting bowl set. That's why I compared it to the nesting bowls. Oops, we have a fat mug. The sweater's not quite going to fit. Yeah, this is the prototype. This is the second prototype. The first one didn't really turn out. It cracked really badly. But it gave me the shape. And now I know about how much clay I need to use for each of them, for that size anyway. Smooth bottom out. We'll flip him over. Smooth out the top and see the the sweater's going to be bulging a little bit. This guy is so we'll have the buttons here and put one here at the bottom, and then put a cable at the top. But I'm getting the sweater texture on here now, and then I'll work on the details later. I've still got to make handles. I don't have any handles yet. Yeah, they're the chubby mugs. Some of these are very stuck. Here we go. Yeah, it's fun to see them all on a shelf together where they all look alike, but you can see the minor differences. Yes, like somebody sent me a picture of some mugs that they've of their mug collection of mine they have, and I'm like, oh wow, you have some old ones. And it's fun to see sometimes. Actually, I don't think it's fun to see all the differences in them sometimes. Like I look at some of the first ones that I did, I'm like, wow, why did someone buy that? Yeah, a button with a hook on there to keep it together. That would be fun. I could make that's an interesting idea. I could make a Santa sweater mug. Hmm. Instead of doing just a rope at the top, I could make it like try to make it fluffy. I don't know if it would really work on being fluffy, but it could be textured. Hmm. A Mrs. Claus mug. But yeah, these are sweater mugs, so they come in the solid colors, and I've got some orders for some of them, and hopefully I'll have a few extra. And this, so for the mugs, and especially when I do this for a yarn bowl, it's a bit more pronounced, but I like being able to pleat the bottom a little bit because I think it makes them, like it makes it look more like a piece of fabric. And sometimes with the mugs, I don't end up having to pleat as much, but on the bowls that I do. add just a little bit of slip to the top of that so we can smooth it out. So this is my itty bitty extruder, a handheld extruder, and it has a die in it that is like 3 coils put together. And I'll go ahead and like put some texture around the top just to show you what I'm doing with it. Put some clay in here. I'm not even sure if this is going to be long enough, but I take this and I twist it so it looks like a cable. And then it'll go around the top of the mug. Let's see, will that even go all the way around? Nope. So we'll do another one with a little bit more clay in it. All right, Designs, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I don't make these too often as much. It's like a lot of the yarny things I haven't made as much this year because I've not been doing as much wholesale. And we've been selling and making a lot more of just the fandom pieces. So this one's a little bit longer. I think it'll work. So with this, try not to squish anything. Put some slip around the top. Make sure that's good. And that is the texture that's going to be around the top. And then make some more buttons, just like our snowman buttons. Except just a little bit smaller. You were thinking about your ceramic cookie stamp you have, the seashell pattern, and wondering if I can make custom ones. Well, what's it made of? I think of cookie stamps as something like a wooden cookie press. Is that what you're talking about? Like for shortbread cookies? There's that one, and then we'll put one on the bottom. And I will put a handle on this, but like I said, I don't have any handles made up right now. Smooth out the side of that one. There we go. And that's what the sweater mug will look like, and then it'll get a handle. Now I do see a air bubble in here, so I'm going to go between the stitches and cut a little hole there so I can let that air out, because I don't want a crack to form. Here we go. So that's that's what we're going for. So yours is all ceramic, really? Then yeah, you can make those easy. It's just like making a stamp. That's what, like, I tried to put some of the texture around the snowman bowl, and I don't know if I just didn't really like it that much. I think it was too much. But doing the whole entire bowl, making that little strip there, might be an option. A D20 cookie stamp. There you go. No, that would be fun. The D20 stamp is almost already cookie sized. Well, there's the one, but that's cookie sized. How deep is it? I mean, these are, I mean, just a couple of millimeters, I guess. I would be more worried about them not, like, they're flexible, so, like, we can cut into anything. We could cut into wood or something a bit sturdier, but they're flexible, so I don't know if you need that kind of flexibility on a cookie stamp. Okay. Be right back. Had to confirm an appointment, but you got to wait for them to tell you all the things before you can press 1 to confirm your appointment. Yours isn't glazed on the stamp side? If it's glazed, it would stick, though. If it's glazed, it would stick, so maybe that doesn't matter. I don't know. Now, That would be something to think about. Is it bisque fired or is it high fired? If it's high fired, then it's not going to be as porous, but it also like it's not as porous, so it might stick more instead of having till unless it's released. Like cuz I was someone asked me about making a the brown sugar keeper or the brown sugar keepers. And they are basically low fired pieces of clay that are porous. So for me, I would do something and just bisque fire it, not high fire it. And you dip them in water and put them in a bag of brown sugar if you're in a like a drier environment or whatnot, or don't have something that can seal up your brown sugar, and it keeps it from clumping, keeps it from drying out. But that's all that is just either some porous clay. And I'm sitting here thinking, somebody tell me if I'm wrong. I'm sitting here thinking that, okay, if you use a cookie press and it's clay and it's got, years of butter and oil in it, when you use it as a cookie press, no matter what, you're still baking those cookies. So anything that, so if you have 10 years of germs on there or whatever could be growing on there with, from butter and oil, it's going to burn off, right? So is it really that bad to use? Does it matter? It's not like you're sitting there licking it, right? It is glazed on the stem side, so you think it would be high fired, yeah. So the thing is it is it low fire or high fire clay? Is it low fire clay that's been fired on one side? It's a little bit porous. There's a way you can test. I forget. It's like you put it in a put it through the dish, weigh it before you put it in the dishwasher. Put it in the dishwasher, weigh it when it gets out of the dishwasher, and it'll tell you what the absorption rate of a pot is. Like maybe put it in the oven, dry it out completely, then put it in the dishwasher or soak it in a bucket of water, and then weigh it and see what the absorption rate is. Or if it physically soaks up the water while you before you do anything else to it, then it's probably low fire clay. My mugs are dishwasher safe, dishwasher, microwave, and oven safe. They are meant to be used with no special care. Yeah, I've always seen either just plastic cookie stamps or I've seen wood, like wooden. Is it cookie stamps or maybe butter stamps? I've seen that are wooden butter molds. Uh, Cambroder, what is that? I feel like I should know what that is, but I can't think of what it is. So I've got my hand on the inside of this supporting the shape because this is still a very soft mug, and I'm just making sure that I don't have any air bubbles stuck in here. The wood ones are old cookie or butter molds, and the glass ones you had were for butter, but you use them on cookies too. Okay, yes, that's why I know what that is. Okay, it's a porous clay pot used for irrigation. I've seen several different versions of something like that. Yes. Like the simplest form is a clay spike, hollow clay spike, right? You put it in the ground and you fill it with water, and it's a slow irrigator, I guess, slow waterer. Again, with made with either low fire clay that is always going to be porous, or it can be made with high fire clay like what I use, but only bisque fire it. Don't fire it high enough. Yeah, they usually have a cap. Yeah, and sometimes it can be decorative. My fingers, me and Daniel both, like from packing up so many pieces yesterday. Yesterday I packed it up, like I packed up like close to 500 things yesterday, and my finger and my thumb are like paper cut all so many places. So I've got all these little cuts on my fingers, and I'm feeling them now that I've got clay on my hands and it's drying them out. Cat print cookie stamps. Oh, watch out. You know what? I need to go check on Trix and see if she wants in. So I'll be right back. Speaking of Trix, and she might not want in, but we've had the door closed today, and she usually, when we have the door open, she comes in and out all day. So she might be ready for a snack. I'm getting an earful. All right, you got tricks in, so we're good. It calls them terracotta. That usually means they're low fire clay. So I didn't just forget tricks outside all day. That would be a horrible thing to do. Sorry, you're seeing my shoulder there, aren't you? Ooh, this clay, this mug is super soft. It's not even wanting to hold its shape. Hey, Derpy. She couldn't wait to be outside last month, right? Yeah, but now he's like, why don't you open the warm door, Human? I don't want the cold door. She could even say, yesterday we had the warm door. Yeah, Derpy will have a good dinner, have a good supper. Whatever you choose to call it. Did you? If somebody did, I don't know who it was. Doesn't mean one didn't, just means they were quiet about it. So it probably wasn't many. Hey, Trix. I don't know where she went. You might have seen her walk by. So just put some slip on here. There's no like scoring or roughening up of the surface. These are, this is so soft. But I like having the mugs almost too soft. It helps everything stick better, and it helps keep things from cracking, because I want the texture on here, just like when I'm doing the medallions on the mugs, I want the texture to be just a little bit drier than the mugs, so it helps to have the mugs really soft. Because if the mug is a little bit drier and the texture is super soft, then it'll crack for sure. Because the mug will draw all the moisture out really fast. You can see a little bit of what I'm doing here. Yeah, Magic, have a good night. Yeah, happy Friday, everybody. Friday the 13th. Hey, Edith, good evening. Normally I would be. I'm just waiting for Daniel to get here. He's been driving around everywhere today, delivering pottery. So now the Kentucky Artisan Center at Berea in Berea, Kentucky, is well stocked with exactly 400 pieces. Exactly 400 pieces is what we sent to them. And I don't think they sell stuff online, which is extremely impressive for them to place like orders like that. Oh, you just gave blood. You know what? I was thinking about that because I don't even know what blood type I am. Like, I'm sure I've been told because I've given blood before, but I just don't remember what it is. So I am making my sweater mugs here. Just making sure I haven't poked that one inappropriately. This is kind of what they will end up looking like, and they'll get a handle too. I just haven't made up my handles yet. Oops, sorry for kicking the camera. And again, I like making the pleats on here because it makes it, in my mind, it makes it look a little bit more like fabric. Go through and make sure I don't have any air bubbles on the bottom part. Because an air bubble in here, instead of like causing an explosion or something like really bad, it will cause cracks, and that still doesn't look very good. Really, so yeah, really the holidays are usually slower for donations. Really, um, I don't even know. Like, do you think the virus has cut it back? Probably because people just aren't getting out as much too. Emmy, hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Good evening, depending on where you're at. Yeah, welcome. I am working on some of my sweater mugs. I'm wrapping my clay texture that I was actually pressing my stamp into the clay earlier, cutting out my textures, and then I've been wrapping them around the mugs. And then we will add another texture, like a cable texture to the top, and give them some buttons to make them warm and cozy looking. But the first step is to put the texture on there, and so that's what I'm doing to a lot of my mugs here. Friday the 13th. I guess it's not been that bad. Never been superstitious that way. My parents' birthday is on the 13th of the month. Both of them. One is born February 13th, and one was born August 13th. And so on years, if February 13th is a Friday the 13th, so is August. Like their birthday is always on the same day of the week. Some of these are almost too soft. Can you do the mug one color and the sweater another? Technically, I guess I could do the rim one color and then the sweater and then the cable another color. Depending on the two colors you choose, I would want to know what colors you're thinking about because some of them are going to blend a little bit no matter what if they're touching one another, and so that could cause streaks, and that might not make it may not look the way you want it to. So, what are you thinking about? Like we were just talking earlier about like doing like a Christmassy one, like having like a red sweater or even a green sweater, like having white on the top part, or doing like a fluffier white fur trim. This one's almost too soft. Hey, see, bud. Good afternoon. This one was a little bit too much, huh? There we go. Not doing too bad today. Though my phone has been ringing off the hook. And for once, it's not a bunch of telemarketers. And then extra pieces like this is things that I can just recycle. Or if I would think ahead, I would make some a little bit thicker, and I could make these into like Christmas ornaments and things, just with the texture on it. I'm just going to recycle that. Oh, about the color. So I would say so technically, yes, I can make things different colors. I could make the rim and the inside one color and have all the texture be a different color. But it would depend on the colors you wanted to put together, because sometimes when the two colors meet, they will blend a little bit. So there could be like streaks of another color, one bleeding onto the other. So that would be my only the warning to say it may not be a clean transition. Yeah, the only downside to live streams is if you get a phone call, yeah, you miss something, especially if you're watching on your phone. You were trying to explain to your daughter how the Charlie Brown specials and such were super special because when they were on, they were on, and if you missed it, that was it, right? Yeah, like watching The Grinch because it was on, and yeah, that it was an event because if you didn't see it, you missed it. It's like you remember like the when they would play Wizard of Oz once every year, you'd get to watch special movies, and that was it. I remember getting our first DVD, not DVD player, a VCR. I remember when I was little, I was really little, but I remember it being a big deal to get a VCR because remember, you could rent a VCR from the blockbusters when you rented a movie. You could also rent the VCR to go with it, and I remember when we didn't have to do that anymore because I'm old. You can use live streams as an example, yeah. Oh wow, your mother-in-law still records her soaps on VHS. Oh wow, because she knows how to do it, right? And that's what she knows how to do, and she's fine with it. You remember that, say, bud? Yeah. You remember your dad arguing about getting a color TV since it was new technology and not that great anyway. Yeah. We were looking at what to get my parents for Christmas, so I hope they're not watching right now. But my they watch DVD. They watch DVDs still because they have their DVD player, and I guess they don't. I really thought they had Netflix, but I guess they just don't use it that much. But my brother was like, "Yeah, we can get them a bunch of the old movies that they love watching that maybe they're just not on a lot of the streaming services, or they just they watch DVDs and they know how to do that. So we're gonna get them a bunch of DVDs because they have all the movies on VHS, but not on DVD. So we were looking at getting a bunch of the older movies for them." But Daniel was like, "Well, surely some of this stuff is on one of the streaming services." So we were debating on whether to try to see look for all these some of these movies on the streaming services and decide which one to get them or get them a bunch of DVDs. Your mom talks about when they got electricity to their area. Well, my father, grew up on a farm and out in the county, rural Tennessee, where they had three, you had three TV stations. That's it. Three channels. That's it. And they are well, still in Tennessee, but on the border of Tennessee and Kentucky. But they are huge Kentucky Wildcats fans specifically because one of of the three channels they got growing up, the one that came in the best carried the Kentucky Wildcat games. So that's the sports they watched was the Kentucky Wildcats games, and so that's why they're big fans, even though they live in Tennessee. Voodoo? I don't know about Voodoo. In Montana, you only had to dial 4 digits to make a phone call. Like I remember when my grandparents. This is so on same side. I had three channels. Even when I was in like I remember only having three channels into the 90s. Going out there and didn't have much TV to watch, but I remember when they got a satellite dish, and it was a whole new world for them. So it was all these shows that they never were able to watch before. So like my grandmother went through and was watching all the old 60s and 70s TV shows and loved them. Yeah, and yeah, dialing long distance like that. What used to be considered long distance? Now, when I think long distance, I think out of the country. But that wasn't it. Long distance was what, out of your state? Hey, Trix. She's sitting here looking at me. Hey, girl. Mm-hmm. You giving me paw prints on everything? You gonna inspect everything for me? You can play with it? Hmm. That's all it is. She's helping. Helping. If you scratch that mug cat. Mm-hmm. You wanna come here? Oh, come on. Let's. Oh, that was a purr. That got a purr. I'm not wearing a black t-shirt today, so you can actually show up. Hey, Vino. Yeah, this is Trix. Mm-hmm. You're all staticky every time she's crackling with static. Oh, you can hear the purring. Is this all right? Whoops, sorry, that was me. Like, okay, woman, I accept this. I haven't really seen her on the cat tower much, and I assume that's because it was Minnie's. But we'll see what she thinks. Mm-hmm. Oh, watch. Watch. Woo! I did it to her. I did it. It's my own fault. Yeah, now I got cat hair everywhere. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she goes. She's night and day. I offended her in some way that is only known to cats. I put her down. So we got this on here. I'm going to put a little bit of slip on the bottom just to kind of soften some of that and smooth it out. So we have 10, so I only have 6 more to do, I think. The hibernating Kiba emerges. We looked for him forever last night and could not find him. And there's like one of the shelves he's made a little nest in back there with a bunch of like plastic bags that I have saved to cover things up with. And like we looked for him everywhere. We called for him. We went outside. We went upstairs. We went everywhere. And he was there the entire time just sleeping. Mad at us that we woke him up. Yeah, just watching us, wondering what all the fuss was about. So now we know another of his hiding places. Here we go. Before 1 o'clock my time, before 2 o'clock your time. We will be streaming tomorrow between 10 and 1 o'clock Central Time. I don't even know exactly what time. So we were in the first block. I think on the schedule it says they're featuring like some creative streamers as part of GlitchCon. Trying to think, what am I allowed to say? What am I not allowed to say? Yeah, so I think ours is like, we're in the first section or whatever. Yeah, I guess now since it's all started, it's not that big of a deal to have everybody be quiet. But in case we had given any schedule information beforehand, which they really didn't give us anything till like the middle of this week, so they didn't want anybody blabbing any other schedule things they might have. But yeah, see you tomorrow, Colleen. Yes, so these are going to be the sweater mugs. I know. Imagine us calling them that. And so the strip of clay I have right here is my sweater texture that I'm going to wrap on one of the mugs. Just like that. We're going to stick this around the edges, and I'm going to smooth it down. And one of the fun things about this is it doesn't have to be super precise. So I'm not trying to smooth this down and make it, seamless. I'm letting it pleat at different areas, because I think that makes it look even more like a piece of fabric. Only thing is I need to try not to have any air bubbles, because air bubbles are not good anywhere. Now these will be mugs. I just have to make my handles. So this is what they'll look like with the exception of having a handle on them. They will get another piece of texture around the top part that's like a little cable to kind of finish out the top. And then they'll get some buttons to hold the sweater on. Now some of these are still super soft. These were some of the last ones that I made. So I'm just using some watered down clay to brush onto this. Whoop, got some cat hair in there. There was some cat hair on the table, and now it's on there. So this piece definitely has the guaranteed 2% cat fluff. Because Trix was up here a while ago. Oh, Emmy, thank you. I'm just making sure everything is stuck here. Do I guarantee cat spit too? Well, just like the fluff, the cat spit would burn off, but we could. Every once in a while, the cats will come lick one. Tooth marks. Sure, that was softer than I thought it would be. We don't have as many tooth marks. We get an occasional paw print and every once in a while a butt print. It's like I still have the one that Trix did that I need to fire. I need to fire it before I accidentally break it and we don't have it anymore, but that's one that Trix did. Yeah, you can see the claw marks. We got 3 more? I've just got 3 more of these to do. At least this step of it. What would I do with that one? That one I was probably just gonna fire and keep it myself. It it did not happen on stream, but I do have pictures of it like right when it did happen. It's like I don't have like stream proof that it happened, but like I've got a couple of things that I just don't have the heart to throw away because they're kind of cute. But I always think like maybe I could auction them off for for charity or something. But it would be even more perfect if something like that happened on stream, so you have video evidence of it. So the actual answer to your question is they sit in the studio until I accidentally break them or until I, get tired of looking at them. But yeah, so we have a couple of things in the studio that are cat assisted. Things that where you can actually tell that it's something and that it has like a paw print on it. Those are the ones that I'll keep around because they're cute. And see the texture, these the slabs of texture that I have dried out just enough that I can hold these without squishing that texture. Cat tested, meow me approved. Then kind of fluff it a little bit to make it round again. There it is. All right, two more of these. Then I might make some handles. So I've got some clay in my extruder. It's just starting to get chilly in here. Just starting to get. I haven't turned the heat on yet today. We've turned it on, I think, once before. When it got chilly a few weeks ago. But I was just thinking, hey, maybe I'll put on my jacket. There we go. Oh, Edith, I didn't even see that you said that. The mug that you're using right now has one of the handles that Trix helped with. One early on, I think Kiba. I think it was when we only had Kiba. I had my slab of texture out here, and he walked across it, and so I had a really well defined like cat paw print in the side of the sweater mug, and I think Shanna Quilts has that one. I went ahead and made it into a mug. All right, last one. So this will be 16 of the sweater mugs. So hopefully we'll have a few extra because these are 4 in order. Yeah, so this piece of texture is a little bit drier than some of the others, but so it's not squishing as much. There's going to be more pleats with this one. There we go. So we'll put these guys over here. And I'll probably cover them back up. Four more. So, that's an interesting. So, little snowman in sweaters, you can only see their eyes and maybe a carrot nose. Are you talking about like maybe paint, like the tedious work of painting on, like painting the stitches? Like, if I did that, this would be like probably a $300 mug, you know, just because that would take forever. But doing like I do the sheep, was putting a snowman on them. Like I hadn't thought of making these Christmassy at all, but like we were talking earlier, like because I'm going to be putting a little like rope around the top part here. I'm like, if I made that thicker and made it like look kind of fluffy, like a like fur trim for Mrs. Claus's sweater. Just like two eyes and a nose, and that's it, and make it white. Like it would be fun. I don't know that it would be worth selling them, but it would be fun to make ugly Christmas sweater mugs. You know, something like that. But that would be way too much work. Way too much work. But and just call it an ugly Christmas sweater. Do that, yeah. Dip it in two different colors. But I feel like the ugly Christmas sweaters, you need to have like all the different stitches. You need to have like a Christmas tree and a snowman and all that picked out. So I'm trying to think if I would do that, I would do like maybe just leave them in a clear glaze. You could do that with the underglaze, like pick out the little stitches and make a design, and just keep everything. Keep it a white mug, and that way it's a white sweater with different things on it. Because that would the harder part would be making it a red or a blue or a green sweater with things on it. Yeah, Emmy, have a good night. And Orla Vamp, thank you for the sub. 40 months. Thank you for supporting the studio for so long. I want to put this back here. There we go. Oh, it gets heavy. What I'm going to do next is make some handles. Because I've got my extruder over here, which you can see. Use the cookie cutter cutouts and just put them on top. It's like, if I was going to make an ugly Christmas sweater design, what would it be? No, it's coming out. Okay. It's like I didn't even think it was coming out. So this is how I make the handles. I extrude them out. And then I will cut these into 7-inch strips. But I know, like, cutting them out, I use this board because I can cut them out to the length of the board, and I know that'll make 7 of them. You did get a new badge. Is that that's the 3-year sub badge, the teapot. So you may have had it for a little while. The good thing about the clay is I can stretch it a little bit if I need to. Here we go. Well, Macon, thank you for the raid. Welcome. Welcome, everybody. Awesome. Still wearing my mask. Good evening. Hey. All the raid hype. Thank you, guys. Welcome to the studio. Crafty. That sounds like a fun book. Yeah, welcome to the studio, everybody. What I'm doing right now is making handles for my mugs. And I do this over here at an extruder that I have full of clay. I've got the mugs that are behind me here that need to have handles on them. I've put a sweater texture on them. You need to have something to hold them with when they're warm. Yeah, Megan, thank you again. So where's the one that I actually completed? There it is. So this is one of the sweater mugs. So we just finished putting the texture around this. I will add this top rope of clay, and then we'll add some buttons, and then the final thing is to come over here and add a handle. And these will be done, so that's why I'm making out the handles. But these are the sweater texture mugs, because they got a sweater wrapped around them. So I'll call them sweater mugs. That's what we've been working on today. But I do have a lot more mugs besides just these to assemble, so I need to make a lot of handles. Here we go. Keep slipping on something here. Feed the puppies. I'm sure they're like mine, my cats. They're wasting away to nothing. They're starving. Ours almost got fed twice today. Almost. They had Daniel convinced until I said, no, they've been fed. All right. They've got 35 so far. So out of 40, I think I have 100 here to process. I think that's what I have. So I'll need quite a few more. I'll need more than I'll get out of one batch out of my extruder. Rewind that. That's what yours was saying. Yeah, your beagles try to pull that. Dragon, yes. And they were doing pretty good too. You can usually tell if they have been fed or not, because when we come in the morning, the cats will greet us at the front door, and as soon as we open the door, they dart to the back, like run to the back, full speed. Except Kiba. I mean, full speed for Kiba is still, a trot. But because we feed them in the back of the studio. But if we come in, and you can tell they're not. They'll walk towards the back, kind of hoping that they'll get food, but you can tell that they're not, super hungry. But they almost had it they almost did it good this morning. They started running towards the back of the studio, and Daniel was going to go feed them. Yeah, good evening, everybody. Hey, Jason. Whoop. So the gears in my extruder are slipping. So if you hear it make a loud popping sound every once in a while, that's why I've got to go in and adjust it. Yeah, hope springs eternal, yes. For a cat sitting next to its food bowl. So now I'm going to cut these into 7-inch strips. Sweater mugs do not have lids. The 20-ounce mugs do not have lids, and I don't do these in a travel mug. No, the sweater mugs, I still wrap the texture around the mug. If I was gonna like wrap the texture, or if I was gonna like stamp the mug itself, I think I would need a bigger texture. We would need to make a different stamp. I just don't think I could, by pressing the texture around the mug, I don't think I could get enough detail. Really? Did we like copy and paste a description onto one of the 20-ounce mugs? That's weird. Maybe that's what it is. But yeah, so we have like travel mugs that come with a lid are the only things that come with a lid. So I don't know. Like there was one scrolling through that was a one of the Harry Potter kits. It's a travel mug that comes with a pattern for a scarf that you can put around it. So I wonder if that's what it is. So sorry for the confusion. So I have 50 handles here, and it's half of what I'm going to need. And so I stack these in stacks of 5, because that's enough that I can, save space, but not so much weight that it's going to squish itself. Okay, we'll have to go in there and fix that then, so thank you. You caught us cheating and trying to copy and paste. So Hamster is on his way back. He has been driving around the state today. So I need to see where he is. See how close he is to being home. But he's been delivering pots today. Looks like he's almost home. because we've had some pretty big orders that we finally got processed. We took exactly 400 pieces to the Kentucky Artisan Center at Berea. They're one of my bigger customers. And since it's not too far away, we just deliver that instead of trying to ship all that. Um, I can assemble a couple of these. Because I've got my slip. My bucket of slip, which is just the watered down clay. It's what I use to attach everything. And then the most important part of any mug is the paw print stamp. Because every piece gets the cat's stamp of approval. And then this one is going to my neighbor, who is the Flying Pig Coffee Shop. Yeah, I guess we could say deliveries get 6% cat fluff. Let's get my slip bucket back up here so I can see it. Cat stamp of approval. So like I said, I've got roughly 100 of these to put together, and the sweater mugs by far take the longest, so I wanted to try to get those done first. But the rest of these, once I get the pieces and parts made up, then kind of the assembly goes pretty fast. Hey, Birdie. Yeah, good evening, everybody. Make sure that's level. Yeah, you say it's super relaxing to watch. I have a lot of people tell me that, especially when I'm throwing, that it's super relaxing. And I know it is because I like watching other people do clay work as well, but it's also relaxing to do. And I think when it gets to this point where I'm doing the repetitive motions, it is really relaxing. I think it's the repetitive motions that make it so. Like I had a MRI done this morning, and that may be like, you think, what's that got to do with anything? But had a scan of my knee done, but it made me think that I saw an article, maybe it was even a video, a little documentary about knitting, and they talked about like crafting for relaxation. It's usually something where you don't really have to think about. Like if you're knitting and or doing a craft that you know how to do, you like if you're knitting or crocheting and you've got this stitch that you know how to do, you can do it in your sleep. You can do it while doing something else, and it doesn't bother you. You know, you don't have to concentrate on something like that. Like that's using a different part of your brain than if you are doing a new stitch or doing something for the first time that takes more concentration. And so they put somebody in an MRI machine and had them knitting. They like, yeah, now knit this thing and just do what you always do. Do something you're very comfortable with. So they did, and it showed like what part of the brain they were using. And then they had this same person go in and try something new that they weren't as familiar with. And it used a different part of their brain for something that you're learning for the first time or you're focusing on or struggling with. I thought that was very interesting. So I was thinking about that while I was, had my leg stuck in an MRI machine this morning. Oh, it's not weird at all. Well, this one's a little bit drier, so I'm going to put some slip on the inside and the outside to soften it up just a little bit. And this one may need it too. Is it painted next? No, actually. So once these get handles on them and I put the medallion on, then they have to let them completely air dry, which takes a couple of days, depending on the weather. But usually it does take a couple of days for it to completely air dry, and then it gets fired once up to 1800 degrees Fahrenheit, and then I glaze it. It's got to be fired once because it's extremely fragile right now. Like I could do under glazes on this, but I can't like submerge the whole thing in a glaze. It's really hard to do if it's not been fired already once. So it doesn't take long. Like the time it took for me to like paint some underglaze or paint the slip on this one. This one is rehydrated a little bit. Yeah, so each piece has like 2 weeks of just time in it, and most of that is hurry up and wait for it to dry, heat up, cool down, this and that. Toxic Rewind, thank you for the sub. Thank you so much for supporting the studio. Welcome to the Muddy Buddies. And don't forget, guys, subs do get 15% off of anything on the website. You can find your coupon code in our Discord channel. It's our way of saying thank you for supporting the studio. Yeah, and then you have to fire the glaze again a second time. Fire the piece a second time with the glaze on it to a higher temperature. That goes up to 2232 degrees Fahrenheit. And for the last couple of weeks, that's what I've been mostly doing and streaming is the glazing because we had a lot of pieces to get through. But we go to that higher temperature, and that's what will fully melt the glazes and fully vitrify the pots so that they're no longer porous. They can hold water, and they're not going to absorb anything. So you can put them in the dishwasher, in the microwave, in the oven without them deteriorating. But yeah, everything that I'm making to be used for food and such is dishwasher, microwave, and oven safe. Good. Even some of these down here are still really soft. Let's check the other side. Yeah, that's how pots last forever, right? Because still one of the ways they date civilizations, right? From the pottery shards. Yep, I did. It's like make sure I don't forget that paw print stamp. Is that level? Is that? I don't think that's quite level. Intruder alert! I wondered if she went outside when I got Trix in, but I didn't go back and check. Oh. So I got Trix in, but then Minnie got out. I'm sorry. It's a wild hamster. Hey, Dragon. I don't know.
Oh, I guess I can go look.
Hmm. So I think it is just about supper time. Oh, you're lurking and working on your D&D for tomorrow. Yes. I don't know. I don't know what we're having. I made a vegetable soup with pork in it that I've been eating on for a couple of days that we've been eating on for a little while, so we might have that. Cuz like when it's chilly outside, like soups and grilled cheeses are my go-to. I could eat like soups and grilled cheese all the time, but Daniel gets burnt out on them, so we occasionally have other foods.
Do we have the stuff for the low carb soup or any soup besides the vegetable one that I don't like looking at?
Um I think all we would need is some ground beef for that cuz I think you have the rotel. Soup and sandwiches. That's what she's making too. Hey, it's good. Soup is a hug in a mug. Yes. Some people say they use our mugs as soup bowls, and because you can do that, they hold 20 ounces, so it's like almost a can of soup. Though we do also make soup bowls. Hey, Minnie. I know I forgot you, and I'm sorry. Come here, Minnie. Come on, come on. Mm-hmm. Come on. Oh. So here she is. You can see why we call her Minnie. She's like, you left me outside in the cold. You abandoned me. I need to put these handles somewhere, don't I? Let's do this. Let's put the handles in here. Put this stuff on top. That way it doesn't dry out. There we go. Are we still cat sitting? No, we've adopted Trix. Trix has adopted us. We're all good. Trix is one of us now. She even has her own emotes. Because Trix is the focus emote, the focus, and what the lurk. She's our lurk emote. Oh no! There it is. Huh.
Oh, I'm tired. I'm sorry. I should have done it.
Hmm. Wonder why it's not there. Yeah, that's focus. I see you back there. Uh-huh. She's also Minnie is chirpy, so you can't hear her, but she just like she talks to herself and just like has sound effects for everything. Yes, and that's Minnie's emote. Minnie is the wonder why it doesn't work. Minnie's emote is the snack time. I forget what we call that one. Food. Hee there's Kiba as a turkey. And all we've got a bunch of new emotes in the past month, and we redesigned some of them, got some brand new ones, and redesigned a lot of them, and they've been redesigned by Baban Illustrations here on Twitch. I think she did a wonderful job. Because Minnie is Trix is becoming a good hunter too, but Minnie always brings in lizards, and so she's eating a lizard. They're so good. But guys, I think it's time for us to go get some food. Though I think I'm going to get something a bit more nutritious than a lizard. But I will be back. We might be back tomorrow. But if I don't see you again this weekend, have a wonderful weekend. And I'll see you again.
Tomorrow during GlitchCon, the first segment of the artist.
Yeah, look for us tomorrow. If you're going to be watching GlitchCon, look for us tomorrow on the first segment of the Artist Alley. We don't know when we're going to be, but it's going to be in the first segment of the Artist Alley. I think it's from like 10 to 1 or something like that. But like I said, if I don't see you again, have a great weekend. And we'll see you later. Have a good night.
We're gonna raid Toby.
Oh, we're going to go raid Toby. We haven't seen him in a while. Let's go say hi.